Okay, back with more OpenRCT2. I did work a little bit on the spreadsheet of the different maps, but I'm not going to share it today because I think I'm just going to be spending almost this entire stream on this level. I think this level's probably going to take me hours to come anywhere close to finishing. So I have as much time as I need. I think that we established that this coaster is now fine. I guess I might have to rebuild it occasionally, but I think our statistics were completely safe. So now I just have to build other coasters that overlap with it in some way. Doesn't meet our objective yet. Okay. Which was here. Excitement rating of 6.4. Couldn't I potentially hit that depending on how I build this coaster? Because if it's near this coaster, that affects its excitement rating. That was what I was thinking of, instead of trying to solve it for this coaster by itself first. So we probably do this one next, I think. All right, well, the current rating, where do we see that? 5.2. Not super great. I guess I could go up here and then go down. The nice thing is to just try to collect more money here so I don't have to think about money anymore. I guess I could screw myself and run out of money, but I think we're pretty safe on that for the moment. Adding a hump down here somewhere. Okay, I can try to mess with that. I have to wait for this group to finish, I suppose. Okay. Oh, it's letting me modify it. All right. So you're thinking somewhere along here. Turn on height markers and make it go lower than the top. You mean like dig down into the earth and have it descend down and then come back up? Or it doesn't really matter whether it goes further down or if it just goes over a little hill on the way around here. I guess if we wanted to descend down, I'd have to dig, but maybe that's fine. A hump close to the max height. So 30 feet would be too much because then I won't be able to crest it, but 25 feet would be fine. Let me see. Okay, so somewhere like here maybe. Does the time it spends on the straightaway matter at all? That's one of the things I really don't have any intuition for, I feel like. See, this always confuses me. So, like, I'm still on demolition. I have to go back one to be able to start. Here we go. I have to go forward. Gotcha. I don't know if I can get that high, and I don't have enough room on this straightaway. Hire another handyman. Like this. So that's too high, is what you're saying. It has to be less steep on the way down, I guess. It has to go straight before it goes down. I'm worried that that's going to have a problem. Well, I guess I can do steep on the way down, too. Okay, so where was our bank over here? It was this thing is the bank, so that's the thing I need to not delete here. Is that what we're trying to do? Let's test it, I guess. That barely changed the excitement rating. It went up by like decimals. I guess it didn't cause problems. So more likely I just need to climb more here maybe. But I probably won't have room to get down and hit this thing. I guess we don't know how much proximity to another coaster affects it, so I could start building this coaster and see what it does if I try to like put as many bits of track next to this track as possible. Yeah, but as far as I know, that did nothing. It's part of why it's like hard for me to try to experiment with stuff like this, because it's like, I guess I have zero intuition for why adding that would even affect the excitement rating at all. Because it's not a big enough height for them to be thrilled when they go down there. Vandalism, okay. We broke any benches or anything, right? All right, well, let's start the next one. I can always come back to this one and try to radically rethink it. You saw a broken bench somewhere. Oh, there it is. I mean, nice to be able to like highlight all problems or something like that. Pretty sure I have the $20 umbrellas, right? Yeah, okay. Fantastic. That's automatically going to be a chain, right? I mean, basically it has to be. So you can only do so how do you go straight up like that then? Can you? Or is it only on the way down? see. So ideally, you want as much of this to be close to this one as possible. Can I see the immediate effects on excitement? Yeah, I feel like just building these pieces of... like that's already more than I got from building this thing, which is crazy to me, but... I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to watch what it does to the excitement rating. Maybe the supports aren't enough for it to be exciting. I want to go down from there. Oh, it has to complete a lap first. Okay. It's like doing like a... I don't really understand why this is twisting instead of turning like this one was. Is it because it's a different kind of coaster or something? Like it'll just keep twisting around like that. I want to like turn it. Because it's too steep. Okay. Airtime gives lots of excitement. Scenery near the station and near the bottoms of hills. Okay, I can try to do scenery in a second. This is going to be problematic because I have no banking again from what I just did up here with this turn, I guess. Just kind of want to find a way to connect it back. You, like, 100% of the time you want to bank. There's never a use case to not bank, I guess. Am I not able to select the bank here because... Okay, now it's letting me do it. I'm guessing this is the way we want to turn here. I don't know why. It must be the isometric viewpoint, but when it's asking me which one of these I want, it's like a literal coin flip for me. My brain doesn't look at that and be like, oh yeah, that's definitely turning the way I'm going to want to go. Maybe it's just because this is an inverted coaster, so I'm thinking of it backwards, but... Oh, this one's not. Okay. But this one is. I don't know why that ends up putting that on a different tile from where it was before. It seemed like it wasn't going to interfere with the red coaster last time. Turning. at the bottom of a drop will be too much cheese. Okay, I'll trust you. So how do I not do that? Go straight for a couple, like how many steps of track do I need for that to not be a problem anymore? That one goes outside of the park, so that's not going to cut it, is it? Is that acceptable? Or did I already not bank? Fuck, it's so hard for me to keep track of. Oh, man. Okay, that's already too far. So this might already be impossible, what I've set up here. Do it at the beginning of the descent. Why is that different? Here? So no banking is required in that situation. So the proximity hasn't really affected the excitement too much, but I can do what Rorok was saying and try to add some scenery like here, basically. So like near the bottom where they can see it is the point. So I don't understand why that counts as a separate kind of coaster. Because there's something else about it that it, like can't do that the other coasters can do. All it checks for is, does scenery exist? Does it care about like the size of the scenery or what it is? I'm gonna get whatever's like cheapest per tile or the most excitement per tile or whatever. Just that it exists. Okay, so probably want lots of small things like gravestones. How many tiles away does the scenery count? Okay. Yeah, I guess I wish I could see it go up immediately, but I have to wait. It's based on their distance from the scenery, so I can just like plop them. I can like raise the height of the ground just to put more gravestones beneath it. Oh, you're right. It doesn't require it, does it? So I don't know if I can plant more of them here, if I can get more height on the grass, if that's going to give me points. Yeah, it's weird. I guess it's not, it can never be directly below it. Is that the problem? But it can be near it. So like here would work. Okay. So let's just like make a bunch of, so this is pretty funny, but yeah, if it works, it works. They need more leg room. Okay. They can't have scenery below them. And that didn't count for anything. Maybe it's just not high enough. Fuck. I think I didn't break anything, but it's really easy to accidentally misclick in situations like that. I wish this was purely tile based, because I think it's also based on like the click box of the thing you're trying to remove. No. Okay, that counted for some. I guess we could try to raise a bunch of earth on the way up here. Counting 0.24. Okay. But at some point it'll stop mattering, is what you're saying. It is really exciting. Big dirt pillar with gravestones on the top. Holy shit. Now the problem is this is reducing the amount of space I have to work with for other coasters. I'm probably going to have to route almost all of the coasters into here. Although, is the excitement from scenery, is there like a max boost from scenery and a max boost from nearby tracks, or are they separate boosts that I can maximize separately? Okay. I haven't hit the cap yet. Guess I don't know. What the distance has to be. So it's 25 feet versus them at 30 feet. Seems like that's close enough that they can see it. I guess I can always delete these later if I have to. Okay. That did fuck all, so I might be near the cap. How much did I start with before I started doing this? 5.37. Okay, so it's probably not 0.37, right? It's... I don't know if this just needs to be higher or what. Really don't like that excavation is money permanently spent. I wish it didn't work that way. Okay, we might be near the cap, but I don't know what the cap is. Oh, there's trees nearby. Okay, but it seems like we're at the scenery cap. Would y'all agree? 'Cause otherwise, we should expect to see boosts from what I just placed. Let me read that list of things you made earlier. Longer ride time, longer ride length, airtime, drops, inversions. So is it reasonable to convert this into a loop? Can I even do a loop with the inverted coaster? Okay. I might need to quickly refurb some rides here. Wait, the loop shifts it? Guess I'm gonna have to, maybe it'll automatically wipe the scenery if I try to place stuff in the area, so I don't have to like perfectly calibrate the placement on that or delete the scenery in advance. Okay. So inline twist, S band, vertical loop. It has to start from, I guess I don't know what governs why some of these are faded or not. It's because it needs to have a certain specific kind of track to transition to one of these other ones. Okay. I see the problem you were describing. Okay. Um, Probably gonna have to replace that tree, or losing that tree is gonna lose me excitement. Room for 2 loops. Do I have to do anything with loops like banking, or are loops relatively free in terms of danger? I know there's the famous euthanasia coaster, which is just like 6 loops in a row, so I assumed you had to like be extra careful to not kill people with them, but maybe not. Okay. Whoop. Nope, not large. Fuck, what did I do? All right, I mean, is that a valid coaster, I guess? So we can find out. Oh. Thanks. Trying to figure out why it wasn't going. I kind of wish Windows had like a decay period and then I could pin them, you know? Say like, close this window after it's been open for X seconds, unless if I press the button that says never close it. Alright, so excitement rating is better, but I'm going to have to place more scenery now, presumably. Water is separate. Like here. Okay. Lake by the loops. Yeah, I guess it doesn't affect where the pillars go at all. Part of it is like, I would expect that the game would really make me focus a lot on like my support structure, but it seems like the support structure is completely automated and mostly cosmetic. So I guess I don't know why they choose to abstract the things they choose to abstract and why they choose to automate the things they choose to automate. Because like to me, if it's almost always correct to bank before a big turn, right? Or like if a loop always requires a certain set of track beforehand, my expectation is that it would just be set up to hard require that bit of track in advance, you know? So like if I go to build a loop, it's just going to automatically build it, or if I go to build a turn, it's just going to automatically bank for it. So I don't know why they even give me the choice to do it. Okay, we're up to 5.90. You said that this is stacks with scenery and has a separate cap. Okay. I don't see that making a difference either, so I might have to squeeze out the rest of the excitement from proximity to this coaster. Spending money lately. Station scenery might be separate. Looks like it is, thanks. It's like if they can see it from the line, I guess. Sweet, thank you. Okay. Don't have to fuck with that one anymore. Let's work on the other one. Right. Well, every game is a question of, like, what's simulationist and what's abstracted. Is it? I thought this one was just 6.0. Oh, fuck. Okay. Thanks. It was a different level with 6.0. Might be able to squeeze a lot of value out of that, though. Seems like we're at the cap now, maybe. I don't see it going up anymore anyway. Oh, no, it still did a little bit. It's a really substantial amount, actually. Kind of horrifying how much a bunch of tiny gravestones can excite these people. Those might be too far away is the problem. Footpath bridge. Above the track, as close as it can get. So that's a different kind of... The path is a different stacking kind of excitement from scenery and water. Does water near the station matter? Yeah. I totally get what they're going for. It's funny to make a mockery of what they're going for by simply, okay, I guess they don't care about water separately at the station. But that's too far away and doesn't count. Make a mockery of what they're going for by just building 50 gravestones everywhere. And tunnel counts as exciting. So like here, for instance. I think this really is the best possible stage for me to learn this because I'm so restricted in where I have to do stuff. I'll let it keep running for a bit since I need the money, because I have been spending money on all this shit. Probably need to refurb this at some point. Maybe once it gets down to below 60%. $12K. Okay, that's part of the reason why I don't ever want to do this on another level unless if I absolutely have to, because like I cannot envision how much it's going to cost me when I set out to start doing it. And so many maps, or maybe I'll do it on levels that give infinite money, right? But if I have to worry about how much money I have, I would rather build a ride that I know can start producing revenue immediately rather than maybe get halfway through and accidentally like lose money permanently to excavation. I think what they could have done is they could have said like, okay, here's the default state of the map. Any deviance from the default state of the map with excavation causes you to lose money, and anything that returns you to the original state of the map causes you to gain that money back. That would be completely fine. Park value is this guy. Oh, but I've been making it worse, or it's getting worse because it's depreciating. Okay. Hold on. Try to build this tunnel once I let it run a bit longer. So I just went to the trouble of doing that advertising campaign. I guess I can keep working on this guy. I don't know what my plan is, but I have to reconnect it back here, which seems a little messy. I could try to turn it this way instead. and bring it around back here and then connect it so it doesn't cause pathing problems for these guys later. Okay, banking makes more sense if it's not inverted. It visually looks like I would expect it to look, so. Like, is that going to be fine? Do I have to bank on the way out of the turn, too? Okay. Don't have any intuition for why that's fine, but I'll trust you. I guess I like trying to connect it at the end, but I suppose once you build loops and stuff, you make it harder to connect later. Or you can break your existing connection. So maybe it's better to do the fancy stuff early. Okay. Does it need to be earlier than that? Raise or lower land first. I need less clearance that's not inverted. Okay. Why doesn't it automatically build underground while it's raised? Like, do I have to do something to tell it to tunnel? Two-unit vertical wall. Okay. I see. That'll make it exciting for that section, I guess. Probably don't need to bank at the end since that's such a long straightaway, question mark. Oh, so like if part of it wasn't a tunnel, number of tiles they spend in a tunnel maybe, something like that. I don't have a feel for where that's going to connect, so... It's the right height, but I guess I don't have a good feel for how to get it to... Like, that doesn't connect because that's dipping down. Is that the problem? I need one below it. I'm not allowed to remove this section. Okay. It seems problematic. Raise or lower land first? Oh, that's not good. Looks like it's making it go down, which is confusing. Yeah, what's that all about? Why is that? How is it determining what's forward and backwards? I don't understand. Isn't it just based on the segment that I'm currently looking at? I guess I don't know how to get these to smoothly touch. Oh, okay. It's too low now. Okay, does that connect safely? It looks like it's maybe connected. Try it and see what happens, I guess. It's called a vertical drop coaster. Okay. Ultra extreme. Excitement rating low, though. Alright, so negative vertical Gs and lateral Gs are bad. Where and why? Oh, it loses excitement from being too extreme. I wish it was able to highlight what caused the problem. Like, I wish I could click on that and have it tell me, like, where that problem occurred. The line graph shows it. Is this just showing the one in the front, I guess. So this is really bad, this red one here. Is that actually my only problem, is the red one at the end? Do I need to like use brakes here or something? So how do brakes work? Do I have to like put them on the track itself? One tile straight piece. Okay. I don't like clicking onto rides because I feel like I'm going to accidentally click the wrong thing and remove it from the environment, and there's no undo button, which scares the shit out of me. Okay, didn't accidentally break it. What's the difference between brakes and block brakes? Well, I guess you can do the on-ride photo section. Is that another thing I can do for free excitement? Oh, it's revenue. Okay. It's the one I care about. Alright, so now it's not going to kill anyone, and now the excitement rating is enough. It's magic, I guess. Okay. I guess I'll just try to avoid these stages as much as possible, and when I do them, just have you guys walk me through it until it's done, because I think there's very little for me to learn from that. Alright. So, we have limited space to fit the remaining coasters in. Let me try to see where they are. I can see the yellow one. I can see the purple one. There's another one. Is it this guy? Is that a coaster? The wooden twist roller coaster. It's gonna be annoying. So we can try to do the yellow one now. Well, I understand, like, I conceptually understand why G-forces are a problem and how you could, like, snap someone's neck or cause someone to pass out or whatever. The problem is I can't convert that very abstract understanding to this at all. I have no physical intuition for it whatsoever. I don't, like, banking is meaningless to me. Like, I logically, in my brain, logically, I get it. I get, okay, well, you gotta, like, make it so that it's a smoother turn. It's like turning more broadly if you're driving in the car versus turning the steering wheel really abruptly. But for someone who's like, my wife is a physicist, physics, I just don't, I don't think about it ever. It's not a thing that is on my mind when I'm like picking things up. I'm not thinking about the physics of my muscles. I'm actually having this problem right now. I have a personal trainer who's trying to get me to be a little bit more active. And he's like, yeah, just like stand this way so that you're activating this muscle. And I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, I know what, I logically understand what he's talking about, but my brain doesn't think in terms of like, oh, if I move like this, then there's like this lever effect and I have more leverage. I understand it academically, but not intuitively. All right, let's see if I can get the yellow one in here somewhere. NASCAR has a banked track to allow them to go fast while not dying. Yeah, maybe, because I think, like, this is an extremely load-bearing piece of this track, right? Like, this very slight graphical difference is saying that the human beings going through this curve are much safer than if this was a straight line for one more tile. And that, it barely looks different to me. I could barely tell why it's different. I mean, I guess I could physically see earlier when they were coming out of this tunnel that when they were quickly turning and dropping down here that was like really abrupt. It looked like if I were on the ride that would feel uncomfortable. So I have like that level of intuition for it. But as to like, so like I can see it and say, yeah, that looks like that wouldn't be fun. But like, what should I do to make it fun? No idea. It's black magic. Okay, let's do Twister roller coaster. I guess I should charge for this ride. People still saying it's a great... I feel sick. This is... Like, I'm trying to remember roller coasters that I've been on in my life. I guess the reason it's exciting is because the initial drop is really high. I feel like this would be a weak sauce coaster to just have, like, a drop and 2 loops. Like, maybe that's also part of it, is I'm, like, imagining a insane Cedar Point roller coaster. Most of my experience with roller coasters is at Cedar Point, which is, like, the best roller coaster park in the world. So I can't imagine what, like, a good enough coaster would look like. 115 feet is an average drop. Yeah. That's why this one feels particularly boring. I guess where is this one now in terms of proximity to the other one? We might already be at the cap. Yeah, it looks like it didn't give me any additional excitement. This one just isn't ever allowed to go steep? Is that why it's not being offered? $535 feet. It's really tall. Is it going to be like one of those like Top Thrill Dragster where it's the whole ride is just shooting up and then coming down? That is a cool ride, Top Thrill Dragster. All it is that one, you go up and then you go down, and it's over in like 10 seconds. It's because there's a chain activated. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the UI could do more to try to convey stuff like that to me. I feel like there's all these hidden relationships between like sections that aren't highlighted that maybe if they were highlighted could help me to build the intuition for it. But I feel like there's just a lot of player mastery behind it that you just know, oh yeah, obviously the reason why most of these are grayed out is because this is selected. And I'm like, okay, how do you know that? We played a lot of this game, was the answer. Can it continue moving forward on a straightaway like that without any kind of drops? Like, is there a hidden ability for it to... Like, is the chain lift, is it eventually going to peter out and get stuck up here? I guess that's something I'd sort of intuit. Okay, so it does care about So, like, it has some momentum carryover from the chain lift, and it takes it some number of steps forward, I guess. Trying to get the bare minimum in here, and then I can come back and try to make it more exciting. And trying to go from I have no idea what I'm doing to do something somewhat interesting. Inverted roller coaster's in the way. Okay, so I'd have to start doing this later, I guess. Booster track for power on straightaways. This is at negative 15 feet all the way down here. Okay. Probably not going to have enough room to turn here because I'm so close to the edge of the map, right? Yeah. Is it possible for me to get it to go under the other coaster without causing a problem? So how does it determine whether another coaster's in the way? Like, this is part of the thing that I don't really understand. Like, it's doing some kind of abstraction where it's like, okay, I don't care about the struts because it'll just clip through the struts, but it's saying that the track, is it just that the track itself can't physically exist on another piece of track and everything else is fake and not real? I guess I could also go down here and try to go under it since this is already at negative 15 over here. I wish I could just permanently say see-through supports. Let me dig. But like this track, and it is the isometric that's confusing me, is currently, if it were at negative 5 feet, let me see if I can put it there just to try to understand what's happening. It is in fact on a different tile than this one, because sometimes when they're in the air, they're technically on a tile that's really high in the air, and it's hard for me to like visually see that. So I need to worry about crashing into it already. Let me just keep lowering the ground here then, I guess. Yeah, I can see that it's telling me where this piece of track is, but I don't know where this piece of track is at the same time, right? I have to like just remember or try to visualize it. Let's see if it'll let me go down. God, there's so much fucking shit in the way. I would love for it to remember my options here and leave them off. Okay. I love like a visibility setting that's globally on, that doesn't get reset, and is like, please turn off everything except the ride I'm building, but if something is dangerous, so if it's within, you know, X tiles of the current segment that I'm working on, then display it at like half opacity. That would be great. Okay, so I have room to turn now. Raise or lower land first, maybe. But I'm gonna have to deal with this thing over here. Queue line. I'm also surprised that like when you go to do this, it highlights the problematic tiles, but it highlights the entire area and suggests this whole area is problematic, but it doesn't tell me this one tile is problematic, you know? Need it here too. What path in the way? Fuck. I guess I could just close the twist. The big curve needs room in spaces that aren't highlighted. Cool. Okay. Let me just get rid of this ride then. I only built it so I could get revenue when I first opened the park, so... Probably want to refurb this guy, like, now. While I'm thinking about it. Yeah, we're at 50% reliability. Which also affects how much income it gets, right? Because it'll affect how many people come into the park for it. It's pretty cool and kind of a triumph of this game that you can see these little windows into all the rides when you pull them up here, and the game performance never suffers. Okay. That's fine. All right. Yes, demolish. Fuck out of this line, you fools. Not really impressive. Okay. I wonder what percentage of modern day coaster engineers, like, are into that and get that as their job because they started by playing this video game. Why am I have fucking 4 handymen for this baby park. Why are you guys sucking so bad at this? I already did the bank, right? Oh, fuck. So... This is another thing that I get confused with. So I was just trying to click between different turns, and one of the turns that I clicked locked me out of going back to the turns I was looking at a second ago, and I don't know what I did wrong. Because, like, this is the... Fuck. This is the bank, right? Oh, now it's gone. I can't get it back. Yeah, so it's like if I click that, I can't go back and click these, and I don't know why. Why was this possible before and now it's not? When you click straight, it defaults to unbank. So hold on. This is probably crucial to me understanding how the hell this game's supposed to work. So I do this, I build the bank, and now my understanding is everything I'm about to do only deals with the next piece of track, right? I'm just projecting what the next piece of track is going to be. So like if I click this, if I click this, I click this, I'm projecting what the next piece of track is going to be. But if I click this, I have broken the previous piece of track without being able to go back to the other projections. Can someone explain that? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why did doing that cause this to break? It toggled the banking of the previous track off because I have to rebuild this again, right? And then bank it. So do you guys understand why I'm confused at least? Because you're right. Let me try to do this very slowly here. So I can't go down. I have to go straight. I need to bank because I'm about to turn. So I bank. So this is segment 1. We'll call this segment 1. Now, talking about the next piece of track, this is segment 1. This is banked. That's locked in. I can't change it again, right? This thing here. So what I don't understand is why wouldn't, if I click this again, if this can only exist while this is banked, why can't I simply click this again and then it would automatically default it to that, since that's the only state it could be if I clicked on that? You know what I mean? Like, why is some stuff automated but not other stuff? I don't understand. I think I get what you're saying. You're saying now I'm reverting it by clicking this again. But in order for me to click this, I can only click these 4 if this is banked. So like these don't need to get faded out once I click this, right? They could still be available in yellow. It's just when I click them, it would default this to this because it's the only state it could be. It can't, I can't do this and have any banking status other than this, right? Why wouldn't it automate that? Is there something I'm missing? The tilting of a straight piece without then banking is a legitimate coaster maneuver. So, well, sure, I'm with you on that. But like, if this is just supposed to showing me here are my options for what I can do next, isn't this also not an opt to click back and go back to what I was just doing? Given that it knows that in order for me to click that, it would have like, it's not symmetrical, right? Because if I click this here, it's like, well, shouldn't the middle one be grayed out? You get what I'm saying? Like, since to click this, it must revert the banking. To click this, it must revert the banking, and so it does it automatically. But when I'm going from the turns, it doesn't do it automatically, right? It's like an asymmetry in the UI, and like y'all seem to understand it because you've fucked with it a lot, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Offered you the curves, you chose straight, so it thinks you want to unbank and just do a tilted straight piece. Doesn't need to revert it, it just defaults to. Okay. So I feel like there's a lot of information that's being fed to me constantly in terms of what is and isn't grayed out. That should be helping me to build an intuition for how the game works and how I should be building coasters in the future. But sometimes there's just like little weird asymmetries like that that make me struggle to understand what the game wants from me. Okay. It's probably fine. I gotta get back to, this is the yellow track. So I still have to, like... I don't know how I'm going to get over there. I might go back to the other part of the track and try to connect it. Okay, thanks. I'm not trying to, like, shit on the game. I know it's, like, really impressive for what it came out, and it's got all these extra quality of life features that were added with OpenRCT2. To get better at this game, I need to be able to distinguish between that's weird because that's strange UI jank, and I'm an idiot. And I just need chat to be like, yeah, that's strange UI jank. I can see why you were confused about that one. They could have done that a little bit differently and just swapped the bank to you when you tried to go back to the thing you just clicked. Versus, how the fuck do you not know that that would be boring, dumbass? You know what I mean? None of you are saying that, but that's what's in the back of my head when I don't get something is like, am I not getting this because it's actually confusing, or am I not getting it because my brain doesn't intuit physics for some reason? Okay, let's see. Let's try to move this guy around somehow. Probably needs to go that way. Oh, I guess it also needs to bank. Now that's problematic because it's literally crashing into the exact same piece of track at the same height. Otherwise, it wouldn't care, right? Where... So this piece of track says negative 15 feet, and this says 20 feet. Is it that it needs to have some hidden amount of clearance so that, like, the people's heads don't crash into this? Is that set for each kind of coaster, or is it dependent on what ride type it is? I don't know how or if I can deal with that. I mean, maybe I can try to lower this one more. Two units is a universal clearance rule. Because of the slope, it's going to be more. Okay. I probably still want that. Oh, right. It goes backwards. Okay. Yeah, so maybe what I can do is lower this guy so that I can... I guess I'd have to be able to bring it back up, which I can't do for free, so maybe we don't do that. Maybe this comes further out this way and I lower some of the ground here. Yeah, thanks for enduring my questions. I am very impressed by this game, and I'm not trying to shit on it. And if the UI is, like, clunky in respects, it's not because I'm saying the game is bad. I'm still blown away at how feature complete it is and how much you can do with it. In order for me to learn, I need to know the difference between that's weird because the UI is weird and that's weird because you're dumb. If I know that I'm dumb, then I can try to, like, be less dumb. And if I know the UI is dumb, then I can try to, you know, put up with it, if that makes sense. Okay, let's keep flattening stuff. Millennium Force had a piece removed because tall people get hit it with their hand. That sounds really dangerous. That's a great ride. That might be my favorite ride of all time. It's like the perfect smooth metal coaster where, like, if you ride that coaster, it recontextualizes every other coaster you'll ever be on. Because it's like silky smooth. Like, you never feel your head snapping around or bumping at all. It's just like pure excitement without the headache. see. It's probably going to have to connect somewhere around there, but it seems like that's a pretty tough call to make here. I guess if I lower more of this, maybe I can go under the other coaster. Is a fun idea. The supports really fuck with me. I wish I could just turn them off permanently. I don't really understand why they made the see-through settings so, like, temporary. You think that would be like an open RCT thing, that they would be like, yeah, just have that be a permanent toggle. Never show me scenery. Too low. $30 feet is the lowest it goes. Okay. So maybe going under there isn't actually feasible. That's maybe manageable. Maybe not. Just don't have room to connect it, right? I have notes. Twister coaster's in the way. Okay, well that makes sense, I guess. Maybe. Okay, does that connect? It looks like there's like a piece that's not... Okay. Like that looks like there's like a hook piece there that's not touching. This is probably a bad ride, but I just want to see what's happening with it and then try to adjust it, I guess, so... This graph is very helpful. Thanks for pointing that out to me. I didn't notice that before. They probably need brakes or something there so they don't hurt themselves at the end of the ride. Oh, I didn't get a test result because I changed the lift speed partway through. Okay. Let me rename some of these as I'm kind of struggling with... Okay, what are we looking at here? Lateral G's, 3.91. Okay. It's fucked up all of a sudden. This was working before. Oh, when next train leaves station, okay. Because it has to tie to a train that I'm watching, I guess, is the idea. I assume it's this down here. It's problematic, right? This is the biggest problem right here, it looked like. Okay. I need to, like, train my brain to see the banks. I can see this. I need, like, a accessibility setting for, like, highlight banks or something. That's banked and that's banked. Like, there's technically a bank over here somewhere, right? I put it in when I first had it turn, but I don't see it. Like somewhere down here, I guess. Maybe it's obscured by the black one that makes it harder to see. Okay. Okay, I guess I can see that. But that's not going to connect now, right? But that did? I don't understand what was different there. I just deleted and replaced something, and then after replacing it, it did it automatically when it didn't do it for me automatically the first time. All right, let's see what happens now. All right, 6.04. No one's gonna die. I guess I have a long, boring straightaway over here that I could do something interesting with, right? Like I could make them climb a little bit higher after the turn and then come down. Seems like height is the, like, hack. I would just, like, dip down a little bit. Maximum of 9 hills. Okay. We can't go too much, right? Because we have to be able to have enough momentum to continue forward. Now, if that works, we can try it, I guess. turn after the hill? It made it less exciting, didn't it? It's interesting that making changes like that has virtually no effect. So it's probably better to, like, my original idea was to try to have another chain lift to go even higher here and then have it drop really sharply here. Drop sooner, you'd have room for another hill. The first one made it less exciting, so I feel like I have to do something different entirely here. Barrel roll. Guess we could try that. Probably not going to work because it's not going to have the speed, right? Because it has to drop down more than that to be able to do anything. Yeah. Dropping 5 feet isn't enough for that. But I can't connect if I do that. Okay. As we can try just the one to see what happens here. Testing it doesn't cost me anything. No one made it. That did make it a little bit more exciting. Maybe we can get the rest of the way there with scenery now. There is virtually no scenery near this one at the moment. That's this guy is the entrance to this one. Okay. Okay, we must have hit the cap already. We can try to do some water, I guess. Too low. Oh, great, turning away. Didn't do too much. Might be at peak water already. Oh. Because it's getting rid of the graves. Let's see. Well, I don't think it was auto getting rid of the graves, right? That's what it's saying. Gravestone in the way. It won't let me do that. Station scenery seemed pretty good, but it's really hard to see where I can fit it, where it's going to count as them seeing it. Got it. Okay, great. Fantastic. So red is still problematic, right? I don't know if I can do much else to improve it. I already have all the gravestones and the water. The problem is just I have a fundamental height issue at the beginning. I guess I could make this go higher up and then drop down and get rid of the loop-de-loops if the drop is a big enough deal. It seems like a long drop is a really, really big percentage of it. And I guess, like, come down through here and then come around and maybe... I guess I could also get rid of the 3D cinema. Let's just do that. I needed to have these early on to get some income, and I don't care anymore, so... Back when this was Umbrella Park. Alright, so I probably have more room to mess around with that now. Got 3 out of 5 rides done. I just want to see. I've got to deal with this wooden coaster, which is probably going to be a nightmare. I'm probably going to have to redo everything once I get to that wooden coaster. 6.4. I want to make sure I leave as much of this area open for that as I possibly can. Let me start from here instead. You know what I can get away with doing with a long straightaway. Corkscrew into an inline twist. See, I can't tell if these are lined up. I don't think they are. I'm just going to connect it normally first and then think about changing stuff. It's too high. Okay. So I could corkscrew this way is what you're saying? Get rid of this turn? Get more handymen, I guess. Corkscrew is a special piece you can do from flat. Okay. Which isn't the same as a helix down. So I need to, like, destroy the most recent piece. Okay. And knowing that a corkscrew is a different piece that doesn't require banking is just a player mastery thing. Corkscrew into an inline twist. The corkscrew's sending me the wrong way. Is there a way for me to get it to not send me out of the park? Doesn't look like it lets me... Oh, I can change it. Is that just like a bog standard combo or something? That's the way to think about that. How you need to do that. But now I'm, well, I guess I can, it doesn't matter that I'm not far enough out. I guess I could do that and then do it. Does it matter whether we do and which kind of twist we do? Corkscrews, inline twists, and half loops combo like that. Okay. Let's see if that even makes a difference. I guess it's a longer ride, so there should be some difference just from the ride being longer now. And that doesn't require banking, because the corkscrew itself is, the track's already kind of banking on its own, or... All right, 6.47, that'll do it. Thank you. You can't bank special pieces. See, my intuition is that, like, a special piece would be harder to set up. But I guess the special pieces are kind of like a little mini pre-built section of ride that already includes stuff like the banking. Seems like the more boring you're being, the harder you have to work for it, which is frustrating. Oh, is it 6? I thought it was only 5. Okay. All right, so I'm going to try to do the wooden coaster next just because I'm worried it's going to require me to redo the entire park. Which would be kind of funny. It's over here. This is the part that I'm worried about being problematic, which is why I wanted to start there. Footpath is in the way. Yeah, that was my concern. It's really fucking hard to see. I don't know how I deal with that, though. Because, like, that path is crucial to the whole fucking park working. Detour the paths a bit. It's really, really hard for me to see. So it's just on this tile that it's bad? Okay, let me try that. So I'd have to make, like, staircase going down, I guess. Oh god, that's so hard to see. Let me try to hide the supports at least. Rides. I'm gonna fall in a little hole. Can they climb out of small holes like that, or are they fucked? Okay. I guess I can, like, click them and pick them up, right? Yeah, I do need, like, money, though. Don't want to be in a situation where I'm building my last 2 rides and I run out of cash because I've got stuck guests. God, there's still someone in there. Try hiding everything again. Okay, so don't want to see through paths. Path. And that's going to have to go down probably when there's no one standing on it. One wider. Shit, I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Resets every time I click on a new thing. Footpath in the way. Alright, is that what we wanted? I think it's connected, but it's really hard for me to see. Now, but this ride is inaccessible now? Fuck. Hold on. I think that's fixed. I don't know why everyone sucks at cleaning up puke over here. Everyone's getting sick on that ride. Okay, so let's try this again. No, I still can't get out, right? I'd have to dip lower. Ugh, fucking with this is like really annoying. That was lowering, not a good idea, actually. No, but it's still going to be problematic. I guess I need to like test it now before I do anything else. Footpath's still in the way. There's no room for that to turn. Clear out red Q, juke around the problem tile. Okay. Let me try to figure it out. Hold on. It's really hard to see what I'm doing here, unfortunately. There's a bunch of guests that are trapped in a hole down there that I can't get to, but so be it. Eventually they will die, I guess. So you're saying... clear out some of the red Q here. Clear more of it out in a second. I'm just trying to do something. Probably not going to be a long enough queue, but I guess I don't need to... The ride needs to be exciting. It doesn't need to be profitable, and I have other rides now. Okay. And then now I can start deleting parts of these footpaths. I wish I had an easy way to, like, get the people to fucking move first, but maybe it's fine. I think the problematic tile is solved. Question mark. I mean, immediately have another problem here. Let's see. Too high for supports. Okay, so I have to go steeper to not have a footpath in the way. Is that going to be too much of a descent into the station? God, the supports are so huge. Make it harder to see everything. I guess I can just try to connect it with a really bad ride format and see how bad the situation is and then try to clean it up from there. And know how it has to end. Okay. But it probably has to end with that no matter what, right? Okay, let me try to clean it up as much as I can then. Okay, that's enough. Oh, 10, negative 15. Okay, that looks like that's like right the fuck clipping into that ride. But I guess it's fine because it's an inverted coaster, so they're actually below it. That's even fine. That's the 10 feet of minimum clearance. Okay. Okay. Now I can do the chain. Too high for supports. Okay. Inside the park, right? Okay. It's also expensive as fuck, huh? Gotta get it down to 5 feet here. Red's in the way. It's gonna be in the way no matter what from there. We probably need to come down different spot. I keep trying to go to the edge of the park. Is the try to use my words here. The 100-foot height just an actual height limit for wooden coasters? Could they not support anything higher than that because of how crazy the supports have to be? Well, that's like a real life thing. Black is in the way. Why? Just because the track is too wide? Black's still in the way. Yeah, it's really hard for me to visualize. It must be a clearance problem. Height above ground, not absolute height. Okay, let's see. I think that's not lined up yet. It might be lined up. That's really fucking confusing. Am I at a diagonal somehow? Black is in the way. I happen to be able to turn there, it looks like. But I'm not in any way lined up with this guy over here, unfortunately. If I go down... Oh, did I go through a loop? That's funny. I feel like I had this lined up a second ago, and now I can't seem to fit it again. Maybe I just thought I did. I think that connects. Probably a shit coaster, but just want to start from something. Yeah, I should set the chain lift here. Hopefully they make it to the hill, right? I do like the sound effects in this. I assume a lot of them are just sampled from actual parks. Okay, intensity is extreme. Lateral G's. the very end of the ride. Can I bank wooden coasters? How do I deal with that? It's this area here, the 2 quick turns, and then there's 4 problems. Because it didn't seem like I had room to bank. Try to go back to it in a second. I guess I could like brake after the drop, although it probably would make the ride super boring, but... One, two, three. Where's the 4th one? See what happens if I brake there. It's like super problematic. I just want to see, like, it's going to be like an excitement of like 2 or something, but I just want to see what's up. Water splashes. Like, you really have to... You really have to disable supports if you build a wooden coaster early, otherwise you can't see anything. So, okay. So there's some kind of turn that's still happening towards the end of the ride. Is there, like... Technically, the station is somewhere... I can't see where the fuck this is connecting. Not being able to see sometimes is really a big problem with this game for me. There is a turn right there. Okay. I don't think anywhere on the path I could brake again, question mark. I think it's all consistent, because you can't brake on a descent, I assume. Has to be on a straightaway. Cannot see that station. In there somewhere. It's like here, there's a turn. It's just uncomfortable at the end of the ride. The excitement is shit. I have to see what I can possibly do to raise the excitement here. So I could try to keep going straight and come over into this corner somewhere to maneuver around. Let's see. I don't want those to be brakes anymore then. Back is in the way. Try to be above all of it for longer, maybe. Well, that's boring, but Definitely makes it hard that I can't move the exit at all. It feels like I have room to work with. Let me try to hide the supports here. My concern is, can I get it back to here? Getting the two ends of the coaster to connect at the end is like, I feel like I've encountered a gameplay loop that's like that in another game, and I'm trying to like think, what does that remind me of? It's like extremely high stress. It's like building the coaster in one direction feels really cool, but knowing that I have to like close the loop on the other side feels awful. And so like there's like this constant tension between I'm doing a cool thing, but it's not actually cool because I'm not gonna be able to finish. You know what I mean? Turn a full 180 at the top of it, then do like a switchback thing. Factorio. I love Factorio though. Factorio is one of a very small handful of stream games that I beat and then immediately like finished stream and then started the game over off stream and started playing it all night to try to get the all automation achievement. The Lazy Bones achievement or whatever it was. Yeah, I'd love to play more Factorio. I love that game. It's excellent. So you're saying like do that, come straight down, and then try to loop around and do some stuff maybe? I do have a ton of room here that I'm not using. That's a good call. As long as I don't get in the way of the purple coaster. All right, if we go down that far, it's already too low for me to recover. I see. Well, that doesn't go all the way to the outside of the park, I don't think. That does, okay. I mean, I think is hypothetically kind of cool about this game is the idea that like if you design the rules and restrictions for the wooden coasters, you're going to automatically incentivize people to build wooden coasters that look like real life wooden coasters. Like, okay, so my original drop was some 85 feet. No, more because I went down negative. Maybe that's acceptable. I just have to find a way to like turn around here, I guess. I'm gonna have to keep supports off. I'm gonna have to keep clicking that over and over. Just need to find how the fuck I ever connect into this here. It's really hard for me to eyeball, like, that's even anywhere close. I don't think it is. The isometric does a lot of favors for this game at times, and there's sometimes it does not a lot of favors in terms of, like, having any idea what the fuck is happening, what you're looking at, you know? Let's try going all the way back and then turning around again. I cannot see what the... Okay, it's like... It's gotta go much further over, okay. Closer, question mark? Maybe if I clear some parts of this track here. What the fuck? That's there, of all places? I need to go straight forward one more time up here, I think. Right now I'm... I need to, like, be able to hide rides. I want a hide everything except the thing I'm working on. That would be great. What does transparency options say? Is this the permanent thing that I wanted? This must be new because this wasn't in here when I was first playing before. Unless if they just converted this into a little toggle over here that doesn't... Maybe it doesn't clear when I move out of stuff. Confused. So now I'm off to the side of it. I thought I just dealt with this problem. Hold on. It's too low now. Am I lined up? I just don't have the height right now. Is that the problem? Okay, I think that connects. I'm still going to have a problem on the descent there, unless if I can find a way to put some brakes. Good God. I should have done this one last. 'Cause now I'm not going to be able to fucking see anything anymore. That's probably problematic there. Trying to learn when things are problematic. Really mean to have that little turn at the very end. There's basically nothing I can do about it. Ultra extreme. I think that's right. Turn the speed up here. Okay, so that's our big problem. And then the other problem is the end, which I guess I just need to find a place to go straight so I can brake near the end of the ride. I can bank this guy here. Oh, god damn it, what did I just delete? Oh, fuck. God. Ugh. A kingdom for an undo button. I think I deleted this footpath. Let me make a save really quick. Because we never want to see supports. Part of why I'm so stressed out about right-clicking stuff. Problem's right here, right? That's the part I have to fix. Now I'm misaligned, god damn it. Why do I need a chain? I just dropped 85 feet or whatever. It's all going out of the park is the problem, okay. And not owned by park. That's fucking annoying. Okay. Helix up. It's just one of these is called a helix, and oh, I see. Wood in the way. Okay, that's a good problem to have, right? That means these technically connect to each other in theory. Because I'm going to lose a ton of momentum going up that thing, but I can always delete several of them. All right, let's just see if that works. Helix is, I guess, another thing that's auto-banked. Only allowed when you're banked. So they shouldn't, like, kill the person, in theory. Okay, that worked. Gonna make him want to throw up, I guess. Ultra Extreme. Okay, so the Ultra Extreme is because of the very ending, right? I need to be able to find a place to break over here. I also, the place where it needs me to, like, go in and break, I can't fucking see. It's really bad. It has to turn at the end there, so I have to have already braked somewhere along this path. It's impossible to break on the... section's not... Right. I guess I have a problem here where I can't do a steep drop at all. Well, maybe I can do one if I go back a little bit further. I think that's... I just overrode a brake section by doing that. Can't tell if that connects. Already established that the only way to fit the ending is with the steep slope. Confused. Where am I right now? Here we go. That's the steep slope right there. Okay. So is that little turn at the end, even if it's a 20-foot drop, well, it's a 40-foot drop, right? Like, is that not going to snap somebody's neck? No matter, even if I were to able to fit a brake like here, I would still be fucked, right? This seems impossible is my concern. If I'm... I did. Brakes near the very end, I guess. I can do something like this and then try to put a bunch of brakes here. I could then try to go up here, maybe. Hold on. Do another 180 down this way somewhere. I don't know if that connects, though. I think it's... I can't tell how many tiles away that is. What the fuck am I running into? Black is in the way. Okay. Let's see if that's close. Yellow's in the way. Yellow's still in the way. I can't fucking see, man. I really cannot. It's so bad. I feel like isometric is just not worth it. For as cool as it looks. Oh, I'm like way the fuck off. Okay. I don't know how you could adjust this to make it easier to see what the hell you're doing, but... I just have to like guess over and over until it looks like it's lined up. Yellow's in the way. So like the way to know is to select both of these, and okay, so these are on the same tile. Okay. but yellow's in the way. I won't have time to get there and brake. I can't get in. One's 30 and one's 55. Wait, what are you saying? No, not like line up, like literally connect them. I just want to know, are they on the same, this tile, right? I can't see that quickly. I mean, I can try to click on them, but every time I click, I'm terrified that when I click, I'm going to accidentally delete something in the background and not know what it was and not be able to recover it. So I can't quickly, like, I want to be able to like mark this tile here and say, make this tile red so that I can like build toward it. So the purpose of a helix is that it lets me, but I have to bank to helix, okay. Helix down. Lets me get a lot of what's the difference? Those are nowhere near each other. Okay, I guess it's because I was traveling so far down last time. I don't think that gets me lined up where I need it to. I don't know how I can possibly connect this guy to this guy. Large helix. What's the difference? Can't tell where the last tile of that is connecting. Okay, so that's still not right, right? That's where that one is. So I'm still too far off in this direction. Think so? I figured I needed to exactly line it up there to have any chance to break it, but... So we can start turning these into brakes, I guess, right? But then I need room to turn into this thing, which I don't have a lot of room for. I don't think that lines up, but we can try it. This is 5 feet high, so I'm too low right now. God damn it. Yeah, I want to, like, click this part of the track. I'm going to try to do it, although it stresses me the fuck out. I want to, like, make that square, this highlighted square, be, like, red or something. Like, remember that tile for my future work. Seeing if that is, in fact, an option that maybe they added. No, doesn't look good. I could paint it? How does that work? Textures. Oh, this is supposed to be this. Oh, I see. Thank you. That's very helpful. That might be the key to not being confused constantly. Okay. Try to turn here, maybe. I think that's on the right angle. Okay. Don't want brakes anymore. Now I have to get down to -5 feet because I deleted something by mistake, I guess. There. Okay. That still counts as a tight turn. I think that's right because that lines up with that. Delete a section X. God, my kingdom for an undo button in this game, man. Really stresses me out to not have one. All right, let's see if that is fine. Excitement rating 7.75, very high. Okay. So I think the wooden roller coaster is fine. Rebuild brakes with lower speed if it was still too fast. All right, so hopefully I have room for the last coaster here, which is like a purple coaster somewhere, I think. Actually don't know where the entrance of this one is. Here? Okay. I guess that's probably fixable. I shouldn't stress about it right now. Just move the footpath, I guess. Yeah, part of this is just like I cannot see the height problems, right? I cannot, in my mind's eye, know in advance that the footpath is going to be a problem for this. That looks like it's plenty high, but I guess it just isn't for reasons. So you keep saying that. Let me see if I can articulate why that doesn't help me. Like, that's great. I'm glad that that's -10 feet, and I'm glad that this is whatever. But like, what tile is this actually on? Is the thing that I can't see it. Maybe you can see it. This is on a tile, right? It's on that tile apparently, but it does. I mean, as far as I know, that could be all the way back here. It could be above this piece of path, right? I have to click on it to see the little square to show me where it is. Why do you know that? From playing the game a lot? That looks like it's at least back one, if not two, or even further back that way. I mean, when I was initially setting the paths up forever ago, I made that mistake. The fuck? So hopefully that's sufficient. I don't have to worry about this anymore. Is this my entrance or my exits? Actually don't know. This is one of the ones where I was really struggling to find the station earlier. I don't know. I actually don't know. Okay. I got room to do stuff there at the very beginning, so that's cool. Maybe I can just have a really big drop, and then the end is all the way over there. Probably want that to be brakes at the very end. Just preemptively do that since I have room here. Wood is in the way there. How effective is a single tile of brakes? If I'm like just kind of cruising down to the end of the ride and I have like one tile of brakes on the way, is that enough to slow me down so they don't hit the station and like snap their necks? Depends how much speed you have. So I might be able to fit in more brakes there. Red's in the way if it goes there. Red's in the way there too. So maybe having one set of brakes is sufficient. I think I just deleted some brakes. I feel like there's sometimes with this tool where I delete two things at once, and I'm sure there's a reason for that, but it never makes intuitive sense to me when it happens. I'm always confused when it does. It's probably like I did something that causes the fuck, I didn't mean to click that. I did something that causes the previous thing to no longer make sense, so it automatically deletes them. Where is this on the ground? Plenty of room. Okay. That probably needs to be banked on the way down, right? Otherwise, that's gonna hurt them. But we don't want to be banking coming from this direction because it's confusing to do that. It has to be banked like here. That's the way I want to bank it, right? Graphics on that makes it really hard for me to tell if I just did that backwards or not. Maybe it wouldn't let me do it backwards. No, it gave me the option to do it backwards, so. I did it backwards. Okay. It's a fucking coin flip, man. I did no idea. That's what I want. Maybe it's just like the style of coaster. Is this one another like inverted one or something? So, what makes this janky backwards building? To me, this is exactly like I need to connect the two pieces at some point, right? It's what is like rotten about doing it this way? Can you explain? You're making it sound like this is not best practice to do it this way, and I don't understand why. I need to be able to visually see where it's going. That's the problem. That's why I want to try to build from the stations, go out a little bit from the entrance and out a little bit from the exit. Otherwise, I can't see what I'm doing. Black is in the way, apparently. Okay. Height problem? I need to mark another tile down here because I don't know where the fuck I'm going. That's why I was trying to build it out that way, because I don't know where the fuck I'm going. Okay. So this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, that? Okay. That's my target. So I cannot distinguish the distance between those. That looks like that's going towards the proper tile. This is directly above this, I guess. But it's gonna like way overshoot. try to go towards like the back of the park, but then I'm gonna hit the black coaster, I think. Yeah, getting this is all guesswork for me. I don't know how else to describe it. I guess here we could make some of this really... You said also that, like, on the initial descent, you need to have a gradual one and then a steep one, otherwise it's problematic. Just keep trying something until it works. So now it's a, like, angling issue. So if I do that, it's like a tile too early or something. The fuck? Where's the alignment problem? Like, I'm still trying to get to this red tile, which is where... No, that guy is... That's where that piece actually is. Somewhere back here I need to fix it. Purple's in the way again. Multiple... Okay, thank you, this name. That's what I wasn't understanding. So... I should just, like, delete everything on this side. Oops. This game is so stressful. I'm really happy I'm doing this level, though, because there's no way I would ever make sense. If I had a level where I had any kind of freedom whatsoever, I wouldn't be doing any of this. I would just do whatever gets me the points and get the fuck out of there instantly. I mean, I guess I'm not learning anything. I'm not, like, remembering any of the answers to these problems to be able to do later. Okay, there we go. Maybe I've learned stuff. Maybe I'm being too harsh on myself, but... Let's see what happens with the brakes there. I think I probably still have a turn that I didn't bank somewhere that's a problem, but... I only really go down the once, so maybe it's fine. At least this level feels like a puzzle. At least, like, I had to... In order to do this one, I had to figure out tight turns. Can't just get around it by using extra space. long drops, can't just get around it by using extra space. Corkscrews, can't just get around it by using extras. I feel like I had to use almost every element of the coaster builder. The problem is maybe I can just get rid of the brakes here. They seem like they're problematic. I think I only had the one brake before. Probably still not going to be anywhere near enough, but we can try doing something else here and then trying to connect it over some other way. I guess this drop is less interesting than if it was like... I was kind of imagining like a big, really high drop just back to the station, but I had to like fuck with it enough times and now it's super boring and it goes down once and then it's just over. Yeah, it's pretty boring. Okay. So... how do I make that suck less? I guess arguably I have room up top to move around and make it go down and then maybe come back around and touch the entrance. Probably want... do something from like up here. I'm worried this is gonna touch one of the other coasters. I think I've used up a lot of these tiles down here. I just can't physically see in advance, so I just kind of have to brute force it and see. I guess I had more room there than I thought. I thought that was gonna hit the red coaster, but I guess not. Now red's in the way, okay. That already is probably a more exciting drop. Yeah, I still haven't thought of the game that it reminds me of like, whenever you're doing what's theoretically the fun part, which is building the front of the coaster, you're constantly thinking about, well, now I've fucked myself and can't connect to the end of the coaster. But like anytime I move perpendicular to the end of the coaster, I'm just like having a horrible time. I'm just like, I'm never going to be able to correct this now because I'm going to have to like bank and slightly move things so that they don't snap their necks right at the end of the ride, you know. All right. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Just try to start sending him over that way. I guess there I'm already going so fast that if I'm going to turn, I have to have already banked. So it's bank like that. That looks wrong to me, but now I can't connect it. Okay. can't see. I have to like turn again. Okay, is that still the tile that I'm going for? It is, sort of. That's been really, really helpful, being able to paint the target tile like that. Thank you for that tip. This would be impossible without that. Confirm that I do in fact want to go left. Okay. I need to do one more first before that. I think that's gonna line up. And now why am I overshooting it now? So I just don't know. So we're lined up again, but now we have a problem with the steep drop. The problem with the steep drop is that every time you do it, you're basically skipping a space. So I have to like... This really fucks with me for some reason. I don't think it's that complicated, but my brain does not respond to it at all. It seemed like last time I was able to fix this. Right, those do not connect, right? Or do they connect? It's not implying that they're not connecting, but I don't think that that's a smooth connection. Keep not changing to steep after building the gradual. Does steep always have to connect to steep? Is that the problem? Maybe there's a thing that you know about this that I don't know. That would line up, right? They're both the same height, but what's the problem here? Why doesn't that connect? Is this doable? Like, is this even able to connect? Or have I already made a mistake before getting here that makes this impossible to connect? It is. It doesn't look like it. I guess I can just try. Okay, that really doesn't get there, so I have to do at least one steep drop somewhere along here. That doesn't connect. I'm just gonna brute force try everything. As you tell me a segment to go to and then what length to build. We're on the right height level here, so we go down a gradual, and then we go down a steep. Gradual, steep, gradual, 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 doesn't connect. Gradual, steep, steep. Gradual, gradual. Gradual flat. Okay. Brute force got us there. Hooray. Now let's see what the ride's like. In RuneScape, the way that game works is under the hood, it's like a tile-based game. So when it first launched, when you would move on a game tick, you would only move like one tile at a time. And so they added running to the game. And when you run, instead of running, what you actually do is you just skip every other tile, right? So when you play RuneScape, that's what's happening under the hood. You imagine it's like ASCII graphics, like Dwarf Fortress. Your character's just popping from tile to tile and skipping the interstitial tiles. But when you play the game, there's like 3D graphics that are overlaid on top of it, where they interpolate an animation of your character running over the interstitial tile. They're not actually running over the interstitial tile. They're technically teleporting from this tile to every other tile, right? And I wonder if the steep hills are like that, where it's like there's like it's skipping a tile essentially. It's like half a tile, and that's what's causing my brain to not connect that. Oh, those are missing each other because they're out of phase with each other or whatever. Okay, so I got excitement to 5.49, which isn't great, but maybe I can do some stuff with scenery and water. I have to do a combination of scenery, water, footpaths, like bridges near the thing. I think Rabadon said were pretty high value. So I could like raise a pillar of dirt somewhere. I don't think if there's anything else I can do with the basic shape of this ride to have a better chance. Excitement high, intensity medium, nausea low. Right after the lift, like here. I feel like I already need this connection here, but... What's the reason you don't want more lift chain than is necessary is because it costs you cash to do it? Might be the most I can get from that. So I could technically make a floating bridge, right? That's not connected to anything, but it has to start by connecting. So I can make like a single dirt pillar up to the sky and then make a footpath that's just a floating footpath from there. Can I then destroy the footpath, or does it have to be connected to solid ground at all times? See if I can look for somewhere to add water as well. Maybe I can like build up the earth to make some of this go through a tunnel too, because you said tunnels are always exciting. try to figure out where the ground is relative to some of this stuff. Let's see. Wait, I thought I had it highlighted a second ago. Yeah, but I can't see through. I need to like be able to turn off. I'd love to have those settings be permanent and per ride. Per entity even would be great. Fuck, I didn't mean to do all that. I can't undo it. Okay, so we're gonna try to make that a little tunnel and see if it gives it to me. So we kill this. Let me go back to this guy. Then we make a tunnel. And we can just do more of those and maybe that makes a difference. See what that changes our excitement to. Helped a little bit, but not a ton. Yeah, how much tunnel I need to... That's the same isometric problem that keep happening, okay. So let's delete these again, although one of these is a bank, right? So I have to be really careful not to fuck that up. I wish when you highlighted a piece of track, it told you what the track was. It just reminded you over here so that you could replace it later. Need to make sure we have the tunnel built first, I guess. Shit, now I can't see what the fuck I'm doing. Hold on. Let's try to go back to this purple over here. Okay. So the very next one was a straightaway, and then it was the bank. Okay, I think I did it correctly. All right, so I'm not getting any addition. So just having a tunnel is enough, but like the length of the tunnel doesn't really make a difference. Okay. So I need to get plus 0.8 excitement. I don't think that's going to be possible with just building scenery and shit. I could see, just for funsies, does this make a difference? We're already capped on scenery. I can't really get any closer to the station, unfortunately. Could maybe try sending this further to the left before it connects over there, so it has more room to go down, or I have more room to mess with it. I was just worried it was going to interfere with the wooden station. So, like, if we wanted to go all the way over, assume that that's still possible without causing a problem for the wooden coaster. Let me make a save first. Oh, this is what I was thinking. What did you say? Build from the lift to the turns just before the tunnel. Like turn it to the left and go all the way around from up there. Okay. This gives me more of the park to work with, I guess. Now I'm popping out of the park again, is the problem. Still popping out of the park. Still? I feel like I should be giving myself more clearance against that end, but maybe it's actually getting stuck on another end and I'm not realizing it. Don't think I can turn like this and get it over there. Maybe if I do that instead. Okay. And I don't know if that's going the right way. It's this water tile here. I think that's lined up. Middle radius. Okay, so you already noticed that it wasn't lined up. This one. Okay, so that gives me more clearance to do fun stuff. Maybe I can even make a big drop there and have that be the more exciting drop because it doesn't have to end so abruptly at the station at the end. So red is in the way. It's in the way again. Fortunately, red's going to be in the way no matter what. And I just really struggle to be able to see how that. I could see it now because I'm building into it, but when I started dropping a second ago, I'm like, oh, I'm clearly going to be like below it or in the middle of it or between it or whatever. In the way if you go back up right away. Like that. But then is it possible for me to get down? So this is, okay. When this happens, well, right now the height's mismatched. That's the main problem, but... Oh, no, it does connect. Okay. I don't know if the mechanism I was just explaining about RuneScape running, where technically you're skipping a tile and it makes it really unintuitive when you're moving around, made sense for why I was talking about that with regard to the steep drops, but the idea that they wouldn't connect is really hard for me to wrap my brain around without just like brute force trying segments over and over and over. Oh, I didn't mean to open this. Fuck, if anybody dies. Okay, that's more exciting. So we're thinking now I could fit something else that's exciting here. Pump it up a little bit. So I could put like a loop-de-loop like right there maybe. The problem with the loop-de-loop is that it fucks up my alignment. So if I'm gonna do it, I need to do two. I mean, I can't tell if I have room for that, but I guess I could try it. Yellow's in the way for that. Lands are on by the park for that. Okay. So I can't do a loop. Corkscrew. Remind me, corkscrew has to be from a straightaway. Wood's in the way. There's got to be something else I can do here, right? I think I can fit something in there. I guess what I would love to see is a way... I want like a tile marker for everything that's like an occupied tile. I guess I could just manually do that. I could mark the floor tile of every single coaster piece with this pattern, just that I can always see which tiles are actually not available to me. I have to get another feature on here. I'm just not going to have the excitement. Slope pieces are all slightly longer than 1 tile. A gentle slope is 1.09 tiles. Steep slope is 1.91 tiles. Okay, thank you, Roarhawk. There's a lot of like cool intricacies to the system that I think that a player doesn't need to be able to articulate what's going on and like know, oh yeah, it's 1.09 tiles, but you play it enough and you're like, yeah, of course that's going to connect or that's not going to connect. It is if you're trying to make it connect from both sides, I guess. Which is probably why you're saying it's not best practice to start from the end and do the janky backwards building like you were talking about. But I'm just doing that because I'm in the spaghetti code level where I need to be able to do that so I can see what all I'm connecting to. The space each tile starts and ends on is always on the grid. Doesn't it result in situations where the steep drop and the shallow drops are not connecting because you're like half a tile off somewhere along the way, even though they technically are at the same height? It's for ride length. Okay. I wish I could take this down further. That would help. I'm already at the edge of the park. I don't know the tiles that these guys take up, and I can't check them without shutting the rides down, which is annoying. How close is this? Yeah. That's what I was talking about, where it's like with RuneScape, you're not traveling decimal tiles. You're either traveling 1 tile or 2 tiles, right? But the fact, so like if you imagine it, your character is running from left to right, and a fireball is coming at you from right to left on the other side. It'll look like your character runs through the fireball, but because you're technically teleporting to every other tile, you can run through it in such a way that you like pop past it. And graphically, you'll see them cross each other, but they never actually occupy the same space, right? $5.87. I don't think I can squeeze out 0.6 in other benefits. And scroll up to when Rorak sent the... I might not have it in my scroll anymore. Stuff that affects the excitement rating. It's already really close to other coasters. It's already close to a bunch of scenery. It's already close to water. I don't have any more room to putz around over. I guess I could go back down this way and then do a switchback like I did with the wood coaster and then try to connect it back over here. Maybe. I think I also feel very intimidated by the general lack of an undo button. Like, I would be much more willing to experiment and just, like, delete big sections of track if I could just Control Z 7 times, get back to what I was at before and progress. I mean, I guess I could make a fake undo button by just saving the game more often and being willing to load it when I fuck something up, but... I'm surprised that... I mean, maybe that's just a really big effort for Open RCT2, but that would be, like, a #1 priority for me, would be add an undo button. Add a helix down. Okay. Yeah, the helix on the wood coaster ended up being huge for excitement, so maybe that is gonna cut it. Let's see. Helix has to start from a down. Or can this kind of coaster not do a helix? It has to be banked. It was closed for making the game too easy? Oh my god. Oh, what a funny group of folks. Undo would not make the game easy. I have so much muscle memory for undo for like everything that it supports undo. So like image editing, text editing. I multiple times in this game, like completely involuntarily, I go and I hit Control Z. I've done it probably 100 times today, and every time I'm like, oh right, the game doesn't have undo. Oh man. Some people's kids. Okay, let's see. Corkscrew is promising. Yeah. Well, why even bother doing it in the first place, right? That's what drives. That's why I don't understand mods at all. I don't understand the concept of this sort of a project, because it's like, well, like, do you want it to be the way it used to be or not? What do you consider to be fundamental to the experience? I may have made it worse because now it's not a fast drop. 6.32. Okay, I can work with that. So I gotta squeeze out something somewhere. Scenery near the station, maybe. Water near the station, does that count? I think we can try to do the footpath. That would be kind of a funny way to finally end this stage. All right, so we're trying to make a footpath that's near one of these. Maybe I can just extend a footpath from here. That was kind of funny. I guess it can't be a queue, though. It doesn't seem noticeable unless it has to be, like, much closer to it. Yeah, I wonder why that's not getting me any bonus. Let's see what the hell I'm doing here. Actually don't know where I'm building at the moment. There we go. That did it. That's helping. Okay. It got me 1 point. Hey! This floating footpath just made that ride way more exciting. First try. Jesus fuck. Holy shit. Okay, I'm really glad I did this level. I'm sure there's a million other levels to learn how to build coasters, but I don't think I ever want to build coasters again. I think I'm just going to use the prefab coasters. I don't know. It's probably going to shrink the number of levels that I'm going to care about attempting. But this one felt like a video game level to me. Because I had such little space to work with, I really had to, not understand, have you guys talk me through, but at least when you explained it to me, it made sense to me in the moment as you explained it. I just never built an intuition for it and learned nothing. But I can see the value in the puzzle here. I do like that there's certain things you have to solve for, like how the wooden coaster has the fucked up turn right at the end. So you have to make sure that you are ending it at pretty slow speed so that nobody snaps their neck when they get into the station. This is the most video gamey level in the game. It was brutal and painful, but it was the closest to giving me video game dopamine, so that's nice. Yeah. Okay. Holy fuck. Let me look at my spreadsheet here. Pick another level. It does look kind of cool to have all this, like, ridiculous shit. This ridiculous, like, the fact that we had something here where, like, part of my coaster is going through the loop of another coaster, or did I end up deleting that? At one point we did that and it looked cool, but it wasn't good enough for excitement, so we canceled it. RTS plate spinning or coaster design hell? Pick your poison. Yeah, I think if I had a different gamer profile, I would be addicted to this shit, right? Like I can see how incredible it is to design your own coasters and try to get the excitement level as high as you possibly can. I do think that the two games are kind of anti-synergistic with each other, unfortunately. I do think that the time it takes to build a custom coaster is directly in competition with the plate spinning aspect. And that you're doing one or the other, and levels where you're being asked to do both suck. Hold on, I gotta find my little spreadsheet. It's here somewhere. Or CT2. That was Tiny Towers was the name of the level. Probably do an infinite money level. It's like do the opposite of this stage. Let's do a really open level. So that's like, would we say Arid Heights was really open? Well, you guys added it for 72 hours, so as long as we've got content left to do. Oops. Arid Heights is a beginner stage, flat and open. Loopy landscapes. Okay. We'll think about it. I think that doing that level felt like that's the final boss of the game, at least for me, or at least it's a way to force me to interact with a mechanic that I'd otherwise never, ever, ever, ever interact with. And I think I have good reason to never want to interact with again because of the way I feel that it's so anti-synergistic with the other core gameplay loops. So it was satisfying to do that. So I guess if you guys can think of a few more stages that would be comparably difficult, the difficult stage is more interesting to me, to be honest, even though it's more stressful. Like when it's like, oh, you've got like 4 years and you've got this big open map and it's fine. It's a big sandbox. I'm like, can I play a video game? Well, let me look through. So maybe we don't do Arid Heights then. Let me look through the spreadsheet and try to find what's the next most video game level after Tiny Towers. One of each objective type that's left and see how we feel after that. Right. Okay. So looking at objectives then. So we did finish coasters with excitement. We did. We haven't done monthly ride tickets income. We did the food, drink, and merchandise, which was pretty funny because I just won the instant it started raining. I kind of wanted to do the Soviet Union level. That sounded really goofy. It's like you start with a shit park and you're like really deep in debt. That seems relatively different. I forget the name of the stage. Time Twister. Wacky Worlds, maybe. From the Ashes, that was it. An old park has fallen into disrepair. Gain a European Union grant to return this deprived area to its former glory. Renovate the park and repay the grant. Okay, so this one, there's no time limit. Although I could die to money, I guess. Um, all the rides open, or they all start closed. They all have like a shit reliability. That's a cool idea. This is a shame because I feel like there's so many like design space knobs that you really could make a video game here. Like I feel like you could do like, do a silly level where it's make people as sick as possible. Have over 100 puke stains on your paths, right? Just there's all sorts of shit. But I guess it is unfortunate that so many of them end up degenerating into just money. Um, yeah, that sounds great. 25% per year. Okay. So like I got to start repaying that ASA. Oh, and I start with less money than the loan too, which is fucked. Um Let me stare at the park here and decide what I want to do. I think refurbishing is probably not in the cards. Mini roller coaster 1. It's reliability 100%. It starts closed. That's this guy. Okay. I guess the big thing is that the park has been heavily vandalized, right? So like I want to hide everything. Hold on, transparency. I want to hide everything but scenery. That's like, is this trash? Is that what that is? Starts with puke. Oops, fuck. And there's no repair scenery button, right? Like, I want to just like replace the scenery because like vandalized scenery is bad. I guess maybe I can get a partial refund for destroying it. Let me unpause and see what happens. I guess that stuff can't be destroyed. That's just what this stuff looks like. Path pieces are only like benches and trash cans, of which there are none in this park. And I guess we try to like hire a bunch of handymen to try to clean the place up before we start letting people in. But time is passing. There's a cool idea for a level. Um, yeah, I think I want these off. Interesting that you can move handyman on pause. The entrance is slightly nicer. Like they have like the parking lot. Did they need trash cans to be able to clean up, or when they encounter trash, do they just like destroy it immediately? Trash cans are only for guests. Okay. We have. What are my. Do we have shops here? Burger bar, fry shop, hat stall. We can get it to rain. That would be sick. Just having the stalls open costs some amount of money because you have to like pay someone to running costs, money per hour. Okay, I see. So maybe we want to keep those closed. Maybe we do want to like just clean up all the trash first before we open the park. This feels like a really different level. This is a really cool one, in my opinion. Oh, there's a close all, open all. Okay, great. Cool. All right, so if we let the handyman go, trying to decide if it makes sense to try to like charge money to get into the park. Guess we can hire folks to repair the broken down rides that it starts with. Flying saucers. Might not let me charge an entry fee. Gotcha. Okay. See what happens if I just hit play here for fun. Sweeping, sweeping, sweeping. Heading to space rings. Pathing kind of sucks here is part of the problem. I guess we could try to make more efficient paths too. These parks get like crazy big. Holy shit. And they're not super great. The handymen aren't particularly great at pathing, right? Like they just kind of do a random walk, and if they encounter stuff, they clean it up. Okay, already selected as that way. I'm struggling to click on him. Okay. Wonder if I can like get them to do a bunch of work and then fire them before I pay them. This game really makes you evil, doesn't it? That'd be cool though, because I feel like that's a quick fire staff. That's another way to fuck with the design space, right? All right, so like it looks like I did have to pay them. Let me see. Yeah. Probably need to zone all the handymen this time. Staff wages $40. So I did trick them, most of them. Most of my cost there was paid in the loan interest, which is brutal. Okay. Don't think I need funding for stuff right now, although maybe it's good to always be running that, just at least something's happening. What's the current state of my rides here? Flying Saucers is broken down. I tried to drop the guy here. I think that's this ride. Oh wait, maybe it's me unhide stuff, I guess. Yeah, I thought I tried to drop him right in front of there. I gotta wait for him to get a radio call right. There are places with trash to clean up. Once they're called, can I pick them up or does that interrupt whatever their current call is? Oh, there's certain zoom ratings where I can't see trash. That sucks. It interrupts them. Okay. I guess maybe which ones they get calls for are completely arbitrary, right? So maybe last time I got called for the one that was on the other side of the park. Answering radio call. Responding to flying saucers. I see. Just gonna not pay my contractors, right? It's emergent storytelling. As you try to put the old Soviet park back together. I mean, it's a little anti-Soviet propaganda, but bringing a contractor to fix the rides and then don't pay him. It's like, what? I have to repair the park and repay the loan. How do you expect me to do that? Okay, so that's some trash pickup. There's so much trash here. Holy shit. Front of the park looks less bad than the back of the park, but there's still problems in the front of the park. I wonder what the trick is to like maximizing your income with a stage like this one. let me just turn off the fucking trees. I don't think I ever want to see trees. That ever is helpful. That's funny. Um, where's the entrance to this park? It's up here. I love how much nicer the entrance is. It's really funny. Because I don't know which things actually count against you in terms of like degraded quality. Like, do they care about the kind of shitty looking paths over here? Is that real or is that just purely cosmetic? You're saying that like the broken statues are purely cosmetic. Do you want this area to be cleaned up? Try to install some trash cans and shit like that. Oh, really? I didn't realize that the Tycoon games weren't all part of an IP. Okay, so I think the trash is the biggest problem. There might also be footpath problems. In fact, it does look like there are footpath problems. It's like, how do you even get over here to where this is? We pay them 30 days from when they get hired. Most of them are just walking. So I guess the next thing I could do is I could try to fire all the handymen again. Let's do that. And then wait a second and then try to look for all the trash zones. Do one hired handyman at a time here. So if they're not already in this path, they will try to path there whatever way they can, and then they'll just patrol in that area as long as they're... So it's like if they're already in an area that's blue, they will try to stay in an area that's blue indefinitely. And if they're not in an area that's blue, they'll try to take whatever path they can get to get there. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. If you don't start by dropping them in one, okay, I see. Yeah, being so concerned about cleaning up existing trash is a really cool idea for this stage. This is a good one. Very different from the level I just did too. The big problem with trash is trash affects park rating, and park rating affects like the algorithm for whether people are visiting the park or not. I wish I could filter to just see the trash. It's kind of hard to see. Happiness debuff for people who see it. All right, let's kill all those really quick. Let's save again. See how they do here. Do they model their line of sight to stuff at all? Like if they see trash, will they go out of their way to get to it, or do they just like random walk and only delete it if they happen to be standing right on top of it? I don't know if any of these guys have ways to get onto these walls on the outside of the building, for instance. Ground level path between two scenery walls. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking trash in this level. And a couple people who are stuck, it seems like. All right, so the temptation is to go ahead and open up here. Let me just confirm, is the entrance actually completely blocked off from the rest of the park? They come in here, they have this big wide path. They can get to the souvenir stall. They can get to some of these early rides. So they actually do need me to destroy. Can I even destroy the fences? Or do I have to like path through the fences or something? Be more than one entrance. Let's see any. I see the one big one. I don't know how they're supposed to get out of the fenced in area. I assume the fence is not supposed to be a scenery thing that I can remove. I mean, maybe I can build like a path that goes over it. I don't know if that's what they want me to do. Tracks on a complete circuit. Oh, that's cute. That's really cute, actually. I like that. I think so, yeah. Right, so we do want to connect this coaster, but this coaster's fucked up. Wow. Okay. The time limit's kind of dangerous. I guess we can go ahead and try to keep everything else open except for that guy. That's the one that I have to fix. Let me see. Okay, so that's all open. We have to open the park too, because I think the park starts closed. I guess I should check really quick and make sure if I don't get paid. Like, do they charge me per day? Like, the monthly cost is integrated over the month, or does it literally trigger on like April 1st? I'm gonna get charged for everything. So maybe I wait until April 1st and then open the park and try to do everything all at once, you know? Cash machine, info kiosk, restroom. Probably want another info kiosk near the entrance in case it rains, because then I can maybe make a bunch of money real quick. Hmm. Guess can't. What? Shit, what did that say? Construct a path to the entrance. Okay, cool. So we're gonna have a bunch of problems that we have to deal with too, which is cool. Open park. Hat stall 1, so jump here. What does a hat stall look like? I don't actually know where this one is. That's Fry's shop. First aid room. It's a hot chocolate stall. Oh, is it like, oh God, I need to turn this. Turn all that off. Okay. I'm gonna have to immediately run a advertising campaign to try to get people in here because I have no park rating at the start. I have one guest. Okay, let's try doing an advertising campaign really quick. Spending a lot of my money, but I need to like get people in here to start doing shit right. We'll see if I could build for everything here on like April 1st. Exactly. 3 guests, 4 guests. Still worried that they don't have any way to get out of the entrance area. I don't know if they can walk past these fences. Seem to be trying to path where the fences are. It would be interesting if dealing with them kind of hard required me to build like a little ramp that goes over the fence. Paths don't connect where the fences are. Oops. I don't think I can point these up the way I want to. They make these little bridges everywhere to get people into the rest of the park. That's really funny. Didn't seem like it was working. I can try again here in a second. I was trying to do that earlier. Oh, I guess it does work. Okay, thanks. That's much easier. I don't know why that didn't work the first time when I was trying to press it. Maybe I wasn't doing it to the right angle there. I can't just click. I have to, maybe that was the problem, is I was trying to just click to go through it, but I have to like push the little arrow thing to go through. $98 guess. Guess you're thinking, great scenery. This park map is a great value. Fuck you. And set this to 20 just in case it rains. It might save my life. First bridge I did split some paths. Okay, thanks. Trying to keep the guest thoughts somewhere. I'm not paying that much for a park map. All right, fine. We probably still want more handymen. Probably also need more benches and stuff. Trash cans. Trash here is really bad. Vandalism here is really bad. So I don't know. I couldn't find any vandalism earlier when I was trying to look on pause. Would be scenery, right? So I can use that to try to find what counts as... That's what I wanted to deal with first, but it wasn't letting me repair any of it. It would specifically be broken benches or broken trash cans, right? I just don't see any vandalism anywhere. It's a pretty cool ride. If I wanted to fix this thing, I guess I have to guess at how they were trying to connect all of it. Something that I'd have to, like, figure it out, save the game, figure it out, and then load the game and try to do it again. Spend my money for now on Getting my loan interest down because it's my biggest expense at the moment. Hopefully we get a bunch of money from the rain right now. Trying to deal with the broken down rides. Probably charge more for people to get in here. Park value of $150,000. Park value is currently $50,000. Probably refurbish like a ride. Get loan back really quick. Refurbish like that will also... Oh, it still counts as broken down. I didn't realize that. Oh, that's unfortunate. It's here, I think, right? Yeah, this is a tough park to try to deal with that kind of a problem, I feel like. I suppose as long as I'm coming out ahead, I can stall for a bit and keep trying to like hire people to fix things, but we need to have more information kiosks to sell this stuff. Literally just turn into a umbrella park. Look for where all the people are. Space Rings 1 still hasn't been fixed. This park is like 10 times bigger than the next biggest park that I've done. And it has the really wide paths, which I assume confuses everybody and makes them walk around really weirdly. Not getting as much money from umbrellas as I was hoping. Oh, fuck! God damn it! Same price throughout the park, that's why. I thought I already set that. I must have set it for like one of these kiosks. Shit. Just left like thousands of dollars on the table. Let's see where this guy is relative to the Space Rings ride. He has to walk so far to it. He tries to path to it, sort of. I can try dropping him near it and then just hope that, was that why you can't even get to the ride because of the paths are all fucked up? Let's see if he goes over to it now. He also needs a path, I guess. He doesn't like being on grass. Okay, maybe he'll go to it now. I feel like the only way to beat this level is to like cheese it. It's to like figure out some quick way to make a bunch of money, like the umbrellas or something, and to get a bunch of park value by like tactically refurbishing certain rides, you know? None of my other rides are broken at the moment. I still don't know where this vandalism is. I can't seem to remove anything to try to replace it. I'm trying to look around as I scan here. Great scenery. Said I had park entrance fee is too high. It's from a long time ago, I think. There's technically not a path to that, really? I'm gonna be careful. Paths are expensive, it seems like. It does seem like it rains here a lot. So that's cool. It's most of my operating costs right now. Ride construction. Loan interest is really substantial. Just kill this thing since it seems to be problematic. I don't know why they're not able to get into it. Probably need to keep running ad campaigns here. Worried about the gas generating new trash. That's kind of my biggest concern at the moment. Even the park is just so huge, it seems impossible to manage. Key to this level is get enough people in the park and enough info kiosks that you can make your money off of umbrellas and then start refurbishing rides. Okay, so if people load in onto the map like this, that means that they're here because of the advertising campaign and they're guaranteed to pass through the gate? Or will some of them get to the gate and then turn around and say that's too expensive? Still got people mad about how much the maps cost. They always go in if they happen to spawn with enough money. Okay. And ride costs, rides have to be free. That's interesting. I like that. You have to make all of your money from... So that's cool, since people only come into the park if you have a decent park rating. I might be able to charge a little bit more. So they don't have to make you make a choice there. I appreciate that. I don't like that choice. Everyone's riding all the rides. I could try to fix the mini coaster. I just wish I could even just see where the holes were in the ride. That looks like that's correct. It's like it tries to smartly connect pieces sometimes. I might actually be fine now. Should be good for my park value, or get people to come in here, I suppose. Love the shitty cars. It's funny. Probably just go ahead and open this guy. Hey, okay, everybody buy fucking... Go ham on umbrellas right now. Tempted to build even more. No kidding, guests are getting lost or stuck. That seemed pretty apparent. Like sometimes I place them, it's like there needs to be an arrow pointing and that says that they will be able to access the entrance. Is that what that means? Oh, they like maybe design it so that the next piece always cause it to connect. They seem to be trying to get on this ride. I see. Because the exit is trapping them, they're getting on the ride and then they're getting trapped on the way out. I see. I don't know if I'd get a message for that. Really need vegetation to be permanently hidden. More people on ride. Entrance tickets, 1,000. Shop sales. Okay, so I'm getting almost as much from umbrellas when it rains. Trying to keep using the guy to micro and clean up puke and stuff. I guess I can also try to find guests who are upset. They'll say the trash here is really bad if they see literally one piece of trash, right? So I could also try to build new attractions, but I need money to do that. Still haven't found the vandalism. Try to fix some more of these paths here. This would be a really great level for demoing any kind of like quality of life tools for like detect all path connect issues, right? Detect all trash, all vandalism. I don't think going around and scanning for it is like particularly interesting. So I can't really see. I can look at the number of riders, right? They could at least make it so that when I set a transparency setting that it never gets undone until I specifically tell it to shut off. That would be huge. What are main things that generate park ratings? So not seeing trash, not seeing puke. Being happy from being on rides that they enjoy, I guess. I feel like I should do more ride refurbishment here since I know that has good knock-on effects. Broken down, god damn it. I grabbed the wrong guy. But that looks like the mechanic happened to be there anyway. Vandalism here is really bad. I guess I'm getting all my happy thoughts from the great scenery thing, so that's nice. I hadn't finished repairing this one. Okay. Waiting to refurbish this guy. Any second now. I think it's just a really long ride. Holy shit, that one's expensive to refurbish. See if that's enough though to like get people excited about the park. I think it's the nicest ride in the park. It may have been a mistake, but I'm trying to think what else I can do to pump stuff here. Park value jumped after I did that, so that's cool. Really needed to rain. So if I'm at negative for too long, I game over. Is that how that works? It'll warn me if I'm charging too much for admission too. I think the scenery is the source of most of my happy thoughts right now. Still trying to like clean up as much as I can here. The instant he starts the animation, oh no, it takes him a second. Maybe I can get a big arc rating increase. If I can just go through and manually clean up all the trash that's everywhere. Are there any other levels like this where like the scenario just feels really different from everything else in the game? It feels really unique. It's cool. I don't know. I think the scenario concept is more interesting than the implementation, unfortunately. I think the park's just kind of too big for you to really meaningfully manage it, but the idea of having a bunch of trash you have to clean up at the very beginning is a cool one. See if I game over if I'm running out of money here. Kind of really need it to rain soon. So try really charging less for admission and see if the extra guests make a difference. And I wonder if I'm throwing up on this ride. Fuck that. Probably need benches over here once I have money again, if I ever get money again. I need to get more stuff for everyone to spend their money on, I feel like. If they're not paying for rides, people are like struggling to get to the food court. Let's see when I end up gaming over to being on negative money, and also just pray for rain, I guess. Maybe also try to sell a ride. Let me see, what's my least profitable ride right now? I guess the ride's profit indicator isn't going to be very helpful, right? Because I can't charge for any of them, so none of them can be profitable. I can take something that's kind of expensive and get rid of it. I never get any thirsty guests, I feel like. This burger from Burger Bar 2 is a good value. I was really hoping upgrading that one ride would like really improve my park's attractiveness. It looks like my rating did go up a little bit, but went from 196 to 233. It probably would have been worth it if I also had enough money on hand to immediately do a marketing campaign to get people into the park. I probably marketed too much early on. I should have done more improvements first. Look, I can shut this ride down just because it's making everyone sick over here. Like one instance of rain for like a couple minutes would save my life here. I don't know if it like rains less at different years or different months. Best value park in the country. So when you get those, you can then immediately, that means I'm not charging enough for admission, right? But the award counts as advertising, theoretically. Hat from Hat Stall 2 is a good value. Man, I feel like I was getting rain all the time at the beginning, and I haven't seen it in months. And I can't get more loan. Oh, I can get more loan. Okay, let's get a little bit more, as painful as that is, just to get people into the park. And then hopefully I can get enough people in that I can start paying shit down. You can see that starting to bring people in right away. I guess the idea that people come into your park and then they stay in your park for like months or years is kind of difficult for me to wrap my head around. Because it probably tries to keep your number of guests pretty stable. So if you already have a bunch of people in the park, you need to be making money by them like buying umbrellas and stuff or paying for rides. And if they're not, you're in trouble. Do I have a way to like punt guests individually? Can I like pick them up and drop them outside the park to kick them out? Guest trend line still isn't great. It's pretty flat even with my new marketing campaign, unfortunately. Can drown guests. It got dark. Oh, is it raining? Fucking yes, let's fucking go. Yes, guess, guess. Okay, so I gotta find people who don't have water umbrellas right away. Come on, everybody. Get umbrellas now. Go, go, go. You can tell which months I've had rain. It's really funny. $3,000 per hour. Love to see it. Okay, looks like I'm now enjoying the benefits of my advertising campaign, which is great. I just hope it keeps raining. Yeah. Finally in the green for 1 month. Not anymore, though. Stopped raining. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, it's gonna rain again, so that's fantastic. Maybe I need to like constantly be running a cheap marketing campaign. paying my loan down because I'm going to end up paying a lot in interest. State of my rides here. My mechanic's dealing with them. Kind of impressive that he was even able to deal with them in the first place. Oh shit, we're about at time, aren't we? This is a cool stage, though. Let's see if I can beat it. Right now, I feel like I need it to rain for me to have a chance of treading water. I think going around and just microing the handyman to clean up the vomit was kind of working. I need to get my park rating up. It seems really hard to do that. I still haven't figured out where the vandalism is coming from, so that's a problem. Dude, I don't understand. I keep placing these and it says guests can't reach them. Yeah, we'll have to pick up from there next time. Cool, very different stage, though. I enjoy it. I like having to, like, tread water like that for as long as you can and try to get this to come up. If I can do something amazing to make my park rating go up, maybe next time if I can get some feedback on other ways to raise park rating other than just not having bad things. Is it just, like, having lots of cool rides, I guess? Maybe I can try to build a really basic coaster next time and see if that gets people in.